Check. Test. There we go. And we will set that to on. Good morning, gamers. Get over here. And welcome back to Streaming Story Saturdays. Today we are heading into Saphrine's Heaven's Ward Alliance Raid series. Gonna be dealing with the Sky Pirates, Arcane of Voids, and all sorts of fun stuff. And probably finish off meeting with our server's namesake. The big guy, the big D. So, as everything settles itself into place and stops screwing up, thank you, Twitch. Let us get started. I do need to turn that off. All right. Everything else is up. Everything else looks to be running. Double check the audio. There we go. Alrighty. Oh, you've got the look of a lass who's seen her fair share of troubles. Mayhap you be willing to help me with mine? I need a capable sort to head into the Sea of Clouds and track down a missing airship. I had to mortgage my soul to get the vessel built, so winning the contract to ferry supplies out to Cloudtop was a real weight off my mind. But it seems my luck ended there. My ship was due back to Ishgard bells ago. I've been praying for a glimpse of her sails ever since. I can't help feel the worst. What if she's run afoul of sky pirates? My creditors will have their ponds of flesh. You think me foolish to fear piracy so far above the waves? But let me tell you that no honest merchant is safe now that the airship production has, if you'll excuse the pun, taken off. Any scoundrel with a sack of coin and a vague sense of direction can terrorize the skies. Oh yes, this new breed of buccaneer like to paint themselves as dashing explorers braving the unknown. But the truth of their nature is right there in the name. Sky pirates. Given half a chance, they'll strip you of your ship or every last scrap of cargo and cry yar har har as they launch your screaming over the rails. I've heard the stories. Please, you must make haste to claim Cloudtop. That's where the shipment was bound. And inquire as to the fate of my poor ship. Oh, my poor helmsman. Ask Ruddermont if he knows the man, and he does. Alright. Cloudtop, here we come. Get out of my face. An airship? Supply airship has gone missing, you say? Well, that certainly would explain why our provisions are so late in arriving. I did, in fact, spy a vessel charting an erratic course northwards a short while ago. As it seemed disinclined to make port here, I paid it little mind. Not the most compelling piece of evidence, I grant you, but I have witnessed naught else of interest. Let's suggest you investigate the landmass to the north. Rest assured, I will send word if spy any other sign of your errant supply ship. And one point of note is that if you plan on doing this, you better have flying in the Sea of Clouds. If not, you better have a friend who's going to shuttle you around. Twitch, stop fucking off. For the love of... No, it's YouTube that fucked off this time. Awesome. Aid! I say, aid! These villains mean to plunder me cargo. What have we got here then? You think you're some sort of hero, do you? Well then, you don't mind if me mates join in the fun. Make for a more heroic tale, wouldn't it? Tale of how three sky pirates fed a meddling little shite her own bloody eyes. What the? Oh gods, I know that ship. It's... So you're the scrags what's been dragging down our good name through the mud? You're Red Bill Lurford. We ain't done nothing caught yours or yours. What do you want with us? I made my position pretty clear. You take on the mantle of Sky Pirate, you agree to a certain code of conduct. And codes ain't worth much if folk going around breaking 'em. Frankly, lads, you making us look bad, and we can't have that. No hard feelings, though, eh? Oh, thank you, Mr. Leaford, thank you. I'm certain that my master will wish to repay you. If your employer does business in Ishgard, he'll likely know a merchant or two what trades with me associates. Tell him to say it's for Lidfern, and any reward should reach me soon enough. As for you, adventurer, 'tain't often someone beats me to the scene. But then I expect not less from such a hero such as yourself, Saphrine. That is who you are, ain't it? I don't know too many other lasses with the marvelous mana cutters the Ironwork dreamed up. Well then, seems you saved me the trouble of tracking down. I'd been hoping to have a word with you, you see. I'll put it to you straight. I need someone to help me out with a little venture I have in mind. Someone who's used to taking a few risks. Now, this wouldn't be no black-hearted brigand's work, so don't go worrying about yourself on that account. Unlike them thieving curs just now, I don't hold with robbing honest folk. For me, you see, a Sky Pirate's life is all about freedom. Freedom go wherever you will, to find out what lies beyond the next cloud. If you're interested in joining our adventure worthy of the name, then look for me standard in the northern reaches of the Blue Window. Someone will be waiting for you to greet you there. Wow, fuck that one up. All right. That was him. Now let's go meet the rest of the motley crew. Way the hell up there. Bo, 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 bo. Do, 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 do. And even though it's not going to make any difference, we'll load those up. That's far enough, stranger. If you value their life, tell me, did you stumble across this mark by chance, or are you here by invitation? Then that would make you the hero the captain said to watch out for. Well met. Name's Stasia. Their Fard would call me his right-hand woman, but I feel more like his bloody nursemaid, God's truth be told. Anyway, my thanks for you coming out to hear him out. If you follow me, I'll take you to Red Bill's nest. Whoops. Oh. Everybody's got mana cutters these days. I come to you in person, still you refuse my offer? Arrogant fool. On the subject of arrogance, Radila, I bow to your superior knowledge, but that's all me bowed you get from me. As I've told you a dozen times before, I ain't no one's lackey. But my dear Leofard, how else do you propose to survive an expedition into the ghost ship? I would fear for my life with naught but your feeble crewmates at my back. Well, I'd fear for my life with your mangy crew at my back, on account of them being murderous, untrustworthy bastards to a man. I thought you clever than this, Red Bill, but no matter. I always get what I want in the end. 'Tis merely a question of method. Now there's a face I've not seen before. You don't have the look of one Leofard's little birds. She's a guest. You understand the concept, don't you? You know, when someone's invited instead of just bursting through the door whenever she damn well pleases. That was Radia, captain of the Talons. She knows Leofard's the best sky pirate alive, and the fact that he won't join her sticks in her craw. Are you gonna let those talk to you like that, Captain? We should teach these Red Bills some respect. Patience. When all this is over, we shall see who rules the skies. He's got a little bit here and there. Oh there, hero. I promise you high adventure, and high adventure you shall have, for we plan to board the Sea of Clouds' very own ghost ship. Or what folks have taken to calling one, anyway. Every day for the past few weeks has brought with it a new sighting of the self-same vessel. A massive airship of queer design adrift on the wind. Being a curious lot, there were a few buccaneers who tried exploring below decks, but not one of them's been seen since. And so naturally, they're saying his ship's cursed. Well, haunted. Like I said, an honest-to-God's ghost ship. My guess is she's another relic left behind by the Alligans, but we won't know for sure till we've had our good poke inside. And liberated what ancient treasures she's smoldering away within her hold, of course. But before we start divvying up the spoils, we gotta find the damn thing. Which is why we've been working on a special new device. Finding her will be the easy part. What we can't do without a veteran explorer, what ain't afraid of failing herself face first in the jaws of danger. Now I know you're a gallant champion of the people and all, but strip away the fame and glory and I'll wager you're still an adventurer at heart, so... What say you, Saphrine? Fancy a plunge in the unknown at the sight of the Red Bills? Then it's settled. Let's pay a visit to our crewmate Uta. She's been working on a way to track the vessel. Utata! Where are you? Greetings, my name's Utada. I suppose you can call me the Red Bill's Chief of Engineering. Smithing and carpentry match gets if it's all a part of an airship, I can fix it. Just don't expect me to see me waving a cutlass or swinging over the rails. There's fighting to be done, well, that's what we have you for. Can't argue against that one. Well met, ladies and Jenny pirates. Now that we appear to have our hero, I'm happy to report we've overcome the last obstacle in boarding the ghost ship. Meaning your project is proceeding as planned? That's it, Captain. I knew this would be a perfect place to take the readings. The scant amount of background ether makes it easier to follow Derek's trail. Ghost ships, what has Yutata telling us it's a unique etheric signature. She's been building a device what can sniff out this particular spectral flavor and point us in the right direction. I call it the ectocompass. It allows me to collect some solid data on the vessel's movement and plot a reliable intercept course. No groping blindly through the clouds for us. All ships are loaded and ready to fly. Just say the word, Captain. Utata, you better stay here out of harm's way and keep an eye on them ether trails, eh? Aye, Captain. Grab an armor-load of treasure for me. Now, we've got no way of knowing what's waiting for us on that cursed hull, Saphrine, so you best bring along a few mates what know you can trust. Don't hurt to be too careful, seeing as you're going in first and all. I did tell you you'd be going in first, didn't I? Well, you will. The rest of us will be a guard in the rear, just in case Radelia and her brood decide to stick their beaks where it ain't wanted. Don't worry, she's not to get past us, so you can concentrate on carving a path into this ship's belly. An honest-to-goods ghost ship. Oh, this is going to be an adventure and a half. Two, one, there we go. First wing is up. Finally, an alliance raid. Holy shit, that is not going to be, Crystal Tower. Good gods. I know it's early, but wow. That's impressive. Oh. Let me see what we got around here. There's obviously no point in wasting my time on the Fates, because they're not going to give me any experience. Oh, that is all the way out there, so that's not worth it. I guess we will head back to Tailfeather and go back to the titanium mining. As we wait half an hour to see if anybody shows up. I knew these were going to be long. Ooh. Ether's up. Nah. I need these materials first. Gonna be a long day waiting. And unfortunately, being an alliance raid, it's not something you can just hop in and solo. At minimum, you need 3 people to do it unsynced. Pretty sure you could do Void Arc unsynced with 3. I know you go down to like Labyrinth of the Ancients and you need a minimum of what, 12, 15? Just because of mechanics. Aside from the Alliance raid queue times, the rest of the quest should be pretty quick compared to normal stream times. So these wait times will actually define how long we're going to be on today. Since this stream is just going to be Sky Pirates. And next week will definitely be Warring Triad. That might be a little faster. Depending on the queue times, I may or may not solo those. And honestly, by that point, Saphrine should be at... Yeah, should have Monk at 100. So Big Sis will have to craft her gear later. Do, 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 do. One thing I do like about... Oh, wait, we're already done with that. The way these storyline quests work. I am all over the place. Wow. So I can be all the way out here in Dravania and go into the raid, come out after doing the story stuff. We'll be back in the Sea of Clouds where we need to continue further. I don't have to worry about, aethering back there. Yep, that's still up. Good. How much do I have? 435. It's gonna be hilarious if we get a full stack of that by the time we finish. Yep. Ain't gonna be a while, probably. Mostly it's due to how early we are right now, so I don't really expect these queues to pop as quickly as I'd like. Plus, servers have been losing a little population of late. after the 4.7.41. I don't want to say exodus because it's not like people are abandoning it. There has been a slight drop in player activity. Oh, fuck me. Oh, that was a screw up. There we go. And yeah, Wondrous Tales already turned in for this week. I think Void Arc was the Heaven's Ward raid as well. Gonna be a long day. This is gonna be one of the more longer, dull, boring Saturday streams, unfortunately. There we go. We're almost at 500. I should get something over on the Twitch side just to kill time when waiting like this. Pretty sure the Stormblood, when we get to that one, is going to be even worse. Shadowbringers, I don't think would be as bad. So those are strangely fast queue times. Well, can't really say that considering I have a short that literally has me waiting over an hour for copied factory. Do, 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 do. Bum, 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 bum. Cha 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 cha. Do, do. Oops. Should have hit that. Tw- 11 minutes in. Still, that one healer keeps popping in and out. Hopefully the 23 is an actual average and not the last. Do, do, do. I do kind of hate these hidden nodes. Really wish they'd stop doing that. I don't think they've done it with resources, at least. I know they still do it with maps, like at Walker and Dawn Trail. Do-do-do. 13 minutes. Well, that's 500. Yeah, this is definitely going to take that while. Do, 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 do. That's 16. And looks like the healer popped out again. Awesome. There's absolutely no way they could make an alliance raid with duty support. There's just way too much stuff going on for them to handle that. The game would literally crash if they actually attempted it. Good news is we only have to do this 3 times. Bad news is it's gonna be half an hour for each one. That's impressive. That was what, 4 nodes without a bonus? Jeez. Oh, the healer's back. Awesome. As we're heading into the 18-minute mark. Nice. Christ. That was a full rotation without one. Yeah, today is definitely not going to be my day. Yep. Boom, 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 boom. Come on. Wow. Really not giving me that hidden note, are you? I mean, getting fire crystals isn't too bad, but damn. There we go. And that's 20 minutes. Still no sign of... I'll shut up now. Alright, here we go into the first one. Well, this is a very colorful bunch. Holy crap, come on. People seriously are bouncing off a Void Arc. It's like they just don't even want to do raids anymore. Anyway, first pack of ads. I went into the second pack. And down the windpipe we go. And we'll have a fourth pack after these two go down. There they are. Let's see. What big secrets do you got for us, big guy? That's either going to go into a donut or an AoE after the fact. Choo-choo. Ah, crap. Incoming. And it's going to drop down. That's a donut. Now we get the groups to split up. Who's going in the center? We are. Sweet. This thing's got significant damage resist until everybody takes care of the ones on the outside. Got the donut again. And that is the first one. this a decent one? Sure, I guess. Would be nice if these AR gear items were dyeable, but... Alright, now just kill everything in here. There are specific triggers to finish this off. And when the wind starts blowing, you want to get on all three of these across the room. Whoops, I did that again. There's that. There's that. And we didn't trigger it that time. That's good. So second boss is going to be the puppy and the plant. They do share health. Melee can go after whichever one they feel like. Ranged and casters have to pay attention to which buff they have on. Otherwise they won't do any damage. I'm gonna go play with the puppy. And there's the debuff. So this one is immune to magic, which means only ranged can go after it. Casters have to focus on the plant. And he's sharing health. That is going to be a very painful raid wide. Basically, you won't survive. Get behind the plant because it's immune right now. What's that? Oh, this approach. I did it again. I'm not paying attention to what I'm doing. That's gonna suck. Yep, that was me screwing up. I deserve that. Alright. Let's see. Next up is going to be Vomit Boy, I believe. No, it's going to be the ads. Ads, then Vomit Boy. So just take out everybody. Go play with these guys. And now we get Bomb Boy. That wasn't me. He's gonna do a cone, which is a multi-hit. Let's see. Should do the tentacles in a moment. Maybe. Maybe. There we go. Anti-cardinals. Alright, now we get first set of ads, which give him a damage reduction. And we actually went through that too fast. I guess he skipped a phase. I should not be standing in that, but I really don't care. That's gonna put crap on the floor. Because he's a jerk. And there's the cone again. And now time for the final boss. That timing was interesting. I think this is going to be the rotation I want. Yep. And just your typical stack. That should be a AoE. Yep, I don't care. Now it's splitting up, so pick one and spread them apart. Otherwise, they will get the damage reduction. And coming raid wide. That should be ads, which somebody else can handle. Look away. Oh, bite me. Raid wide. After this. And that is Void Arc. And just think, people bounced out of that because it was going to take too long. Bugger me, I expected danger, but not a hellspawn bleeding nightmare made flesh like that. Didn't stop you and your mates, though, did it? Yeah, that's some crew you got there, no mistake. A little underwhelming. Right then, let's have a look in that dirty, great coffer type thing. Someone tells me they're filled brim with booty. Oh, look at me, I never moved a muscle. Well, well, well. What in the seven hells is that bastard doing? This way, swiftly, now! Holy crap, it's a talking cat. Yeah, can anyone else see the talking cat over there? Bloody hells, this adventure's getting queer by the minute. Still, I'd rather take me chances with a prattling puss than stay here. Get your things, matey, we're leaving. What about the loot? You can't spend it when you're dead. We either follow the furball or make friends with that spell-slinging Voidborn. Your choice. God damn it, how honest pirate make him living? Okay. Apparently we cats stick together. Well, that's great. Honestly, doesn't look too Alleganish. Ship's breaking apart. Is she trying to bring her down? Move? The void scent is an attempt to initiate dimensional displacement, but the gate cannot possibly be large enough for the entire ship. The Queen's coffin. He takes it beyond our reach. Well, seems much point hanging around here. Let's head back to solid ground. It was a bit touch and go in places, I grant you, but we're all here, and with our bits still attached. This column's for a foaming flagon of... Hold on, ain't we missing someone? Didn't I tell Uto to wait for us here? Never fear, we've been keeping the girl company. But enough about her. Did you see the cannon on that ship? As you know, my dear Leofard, I'm not easily moved, but the sheer power on display set me all a-quiver. Well, I hope you're content to admire it from afar. That vessel ain't for the likes of you and me. Don't presume to measure my own limitations. Besides, I believe I've shown how resourceful I can be. Which brings me neatly to the point. You have in your possession a device of tracking that ghost ship. Hand it over, or your engineer shall suffer the consequences. Perfect. A compass pointing to the way to my just reward. A weapon like that belongs to the hands of one willing to use it. Come, lads, our business here is concluded. I'm sorry, Captain. They caught me off guard. You get a bang on a head or somewhat? That man I knew would never give in to scum without her a fight. Unless... well, yeah. Oh, what did you do to the compass? Me? Not. Besides slipping a link pearl into its case and like, yeah, so as long as Radliez keeps it close, you can be damn sure she will. We'll know exactly what them thieving bastards are planning. Anyone care to wager how long it'll take her to notice me little gift? That's very clever and all, but how are you proposing to stop her from getting her hands on that derelict and its great big cannon? I ain't worked that part out yet, but I suspect it'll start with us keeping close eyes on the Talons. Before we get into any of that, though, I got some questions what need answering. And you wish to know more of the Void Ark? The ghost ship, as you call it? The Void Ark? So that's its proper name, eh? I'd like to hear whatever you care to tell us, Puss. And I, for my part, am curious to hear your stories. Ere we continue, however, I must insist you address me by my proper name. Kate Seath. I will not respond to Puss or Cat, and most decidedly not Furball. Well, it's not the first talking cat he's encountered. My tale begins long, long ago in the city of Nach, which once stood at the lands of Yafem. Sorcerers of Nach were masters of destructive magics. They brought that terrible power to bear against Ampedor and Nim in the War of the Magi. Titanic forces they unleashed, however, took a heavy toll upon the land, ultimately resulting in a colossal flood that drowned the realm of Eorzea. A catastrophe which my master, High Void Mage Caesar, was wise enough to foresee. Wait. Colossal flood? Are you talking about the six-unfold calamity? Yeah, I suppose you would notice such. Now, where was I? Ah, yes. When they learned of the fate of the awaited him, the Miyaki Magi began constructing a gargantuan vessel that would bear their people to skies and safety. The operation of the Void Ark, as the ship became called, was entrusted to Sazia. Prior to that, of course, my master had been a prisoner in her own home, confined to her outspoken opposition to the war. So the Ark was meant as a sanctuary? Then how did it come to be so, I mean, what happened to all the people? And where did all the void scent come from? By what power do you imagine such a massive craft remains afloat? The energy required to raise the Ark was siphoned from over 1,000 otherworldly servants sealed within the vessel. Advances in Miyaki sorcery were made for one reason and one reason only: cataclysmic destructive power. And the swiftest and most dangerous method of acquiring power was through the enslavement of void-sent entities. So the creatures on the derelict, they broke free of your master's control? At the very heart of the Ark, the Void Mages had entombed a great ruler of the Void Sent, Scatha, the Shadow Queen. And in order to control so potent a prisoner, a mage of adamant was required. And being Myak's preeminent sorcerer, Seziar was deemed best qualified. Were it any other, my master might never have been released from her own imprisonment. Yet even with Seziar's peerless skill, the Shadow Queen could no longer be subjugated. One after another, the lesser voids sent awoke and run rampant within the ship. In the end, Seziar and 53 void mages aboard the Ark sacrificed their own life energies to return the fiends to their coffins, leaving me, a lowly familiar, to watch over the derelict prison. If I'm remembering me Umbral eras right, the stuff you just described happened more than 1,500 years in the past, which is a good while before anyone's measure. And since everything seems to be quite on board your boat just recent, I am thinking somewhat unusual must have awakened to inmates up. Am I warm? One day, a void scent that had taken the shape of a bat flew into the ship. At first, it was little more than a nuisance that I brushed away, but the longer it remained on the Ark, the stronger it became. Eventually, I could not contend with its power and began shattering seal after seal. Ah, but you looked upon the true form of this fiend as he broke the chains holding the Queen's coffin. I can only assume he's the one of Sally's subjects intent on bringing about her return. Well, that explains that then, except for one small detail, namely where the Queen's coffer went. After it fell out of the ship's belly, I'm assuming it just didn't disappear, right? You recall that great rip that the Ark's cannon ripped in the sky? That was a void gate. Such portal opens a temporary path onto the void, allowing the ship to travel most instantaneously from one location to another. The void sent, as you saw, only opened the gate large enough to displace the coffin. As for the coffin's destination, however, that is much as a mystery to me as it is to you. I beseech you, conquerors of the Ark, help me find the Queen's coffin ere the wards binding Scath are dispelled. Smells to me like we got an adventure, and who knows what ancient Mach treasures might we stumble upon on the way. Gods know they'll be making a nice change for all them elegant tombstones we've been collecting. We'll help you. I'm not risking me hide for the sake of the realm, you understand, but I'll be damned if I let either Radleo or that bat-winged bastard take the freedom of the skies away from me. You only care how you might be inconvenienced? If the Shadow Queen were to return, it would have dire consequences for the entire star. Count your blessings, Furball. I said we helped, didn't I? Before we go rushing off and search that coffin, though, there's preparations to be made. You might as well go back to your usual heroic employment, Saphrine. I'll let you know when it's time to round up your mates again. Alright. That's wing 1 completed. Maybe. The time is nigh, my dear Talons. Soon we shall seize control of the ghost ship in all its power, and rule the skies from here to the ends of the world. Oh. Do, do, do. Saphrine, I was just about to fly down to Ishgard to track you down. You remember Kate Sith, that Maki familiar? We've been working with him on plan to find Diabolos and the Queen's Coffin. They've been void sense sightings from pirates all over, so we know that the Batwing bugger is hiding someplace in the sky. We just don't know exactly where. As for going about pinpointing the location, Leofard and the feline are bickering on just how. That's where you come in. If you spare a moment or two, we could use a third opinion to break the stalemate. Besides all that, Leofard's eager to have another hand in the help search. So come on over to Perak as soon as you're able. You know the way from here, don't you? Alright. Time for instancing instances. And there are definitely no repairs here, so crap. Probably have to do that. Thank you for coming. The Captain and the Cattern side still having their discussion. Talk to Leofard, will you, before I strangle both of them? Fair enough. Screen, thank you. If you're here to ask about the Queen's Coffin, you better turn around and walk straight out again. That aggravated furball turned me mood sour as month-old algo's milk. Leofard, Saphrine's come all this way to help us at your request. I might add, she deserves to hear where we stand on the search at least. The search is giving me ulcers, what it is. By all reports, Diabolos is lurking somewhere in the heavens, building up his forces. The sky is vast dome, and as high as the ocean is deep. We're not pirates to scour every damn flying rock. That's when I tried my luck with Redia. You remember her, don't you? Captain of the Talons, blonde hair, one eye, stole her bloody compass. Well, I've been eavesdropping on if that link pearl slipped into the case and hoping to catch something useful, but I've heard as her and her sorry crew is snoring, grumbling, and japes about the Archbishop's holy neithers. Okay. In the end, it seems to be no choice but do this the hard way, but a certain mewling annoyance refused to acknowledge the truth of it. You cannot possibly hope to investigate the entire sky with this meager handful of ne'er-do-wells. I find my suggestion to seek aid from your fellow pirate gangs a perfectly reasonable one under this circumstance. Stow it, you mangy alley cat. Not the faintest idea how sky pirates operate. Best case scenario will be locked into a deal to hand over any treasure we find, and that's assuming we weren't laughed at out of room to begin with. You cannot assume that every man and woman shares your base morality. If we made but that assumption, I'm sure it would convince a few of you noble cause. And so it goes round and round. Knowing pirates as I do, I'll find myself siding with the captain on this. But what of you, Saphrine? Any thoughts on the matter? Yeah. See there, even Saphrine agrees with me. Proceed as we have been, and try to cover as much sky as possible. However, we tackle things, though, we have a long road ahead of us. I'll see if I can't think of a better way to shorten it. You might as well head back to your adventure, Saphrine, unless you're willing to lend us your experience in another matter, that is. Utata, our chief engineer, has been mumbling about the Void Ark and cursing her breath for days. Might be you can provide some insight into her dilemma. She's conducting her research in the Sea of Clouds, yes? Well, she'd rather discuss the properties of Void Ark than continue with this fruitless debate. I shall see you down there, Saphrine. Alright. That was a whole lot of nothing. Which one do I have to use? This one, right? Yeah. I could head to the Aetheryte over by the Vanu, but screw it. So that would put me right there. There we go. What troubles you, Mistress Utata? You were told that some matter regarding the Void Ark was causing you no small measure of grief. Mistress Utata, what are you... Ugh! Uh-huh. Ah, I feel so much better now. My apologies, Kate Sith. You had the misfortune to enter my field of view just as I felt the intense desire to squeeze something warm and fluffy. Not sure that constitutes as fluffy, but whatever. Ah, this damned echo compass. Made another one, you see, identical in all respects to the first that Retalia stole. But look, it points completely different direction than where the Void Ark should be. I don't understand what's going wrong. I use the same plans, the same parts. I can't imagine what would be infuriating. Are you certain there are no flaws in the design or the material? Positive. I tweaked and adjusted and replaced every single piece, but it refuses to function as intended. I'm on the verge of tossing the blasted thing over the edge. What do you make of this, Saphrine? Yes, this cause may indeed lie outside the compass itself. We must consider this dilemma with broader perspective. Might you explain to us the principle by which the echo compass tracks the void arc? It all comes down to etheric signature. I discovered that the void arc is encompassed by energy of regular peculiar composition, so I simply tuned the compass to follow its unique trail. An energy peculiar composition, you say? Of course! The arc was propelled by siphoned energies of the void scent. Could it be the compass was tracking not the vessel itself, but the ether of the entities imprisoned within? That would certainly explain why the compass now points in a different direction as one would expect. After all, Diabolos and the Shadow Queen are no longer aboard the arc. Are you implying that if we plotted a course based on the readings from the Echo Compass, we'd be on the demon's doorstep, so to speak? Yes, so, Mistress Utata. Assuming my theory is correct, we no longer require outside assistance to pursue our elusive query. Hmm? Oh, Stasia. What perfect timing. You won't believe this wonderful discovery we just... Talon airship's been spotted en route to our nest. If it's revenge they're looking for, we best head back and make ready for them. Well, at least we didn't have to fly all the way back. Truce, Red Bill. We need you to help save Captain Radlia. You're one of Radlia's favorites. You threaten my crew, steal our compass, and now come and crawl into me for help? What kind of an unholy mess have you Cretans got stumped into? Aye, we took your damn compass, but it didn't show us to the ghost ship. We ended up in some moldy old ruins loused with void scent. Before we knew it, some spider demon was knocking our ships out of the sky. Two of us managed to pull away, but we saw what happened to the others got caught. The captain survived the massacre. She's stuck there with no wings to fly out. Why don't we give that link pearl a listen, Captain? Might be as we can learn if Raddy is alive or dead, or at least. Ugh, so much buzzing. Can't hear a blessed... Wait, I am getting some words. They're after Miyaki artifact. Damn demons are searching. Hide. Then there's a bunch of screaming. Seems like Rowdy is still kicking for now, but who knows for how long. If those screams were an act, then considered me fooled. I don't think the Talons are laying a trap here. I have half a mind to leave Ratty to her fate, but I never turn my back on an adventure, especially when the scented treasure is in the air, eh? Now tell me where you found these ruins. You'll help us then? You're a good man, Red Bill. We left the captain in Valemon's Salt War, just south of Mordona. In Yafem, you say? You must speak to the ruined shell of Myak itself, by Chateau's Black Heart. Could they be after the millstone? What's that, Puss? You think you know what those fiends are after? Right, Utata. See that these talons are patched up, then have Remedy ready to fly. And don't spare her the oil. You know how I love to hear her purr. Saphrine, Stasia, bring the furball to my quarters, and we'll have ourselves a chat about our impending trip to the old Mach. Oh, good, I get to try and traverse this maze of an instance. Once again! Right, Furball, let's hear about this artifact that Diabolos is looking for. If I am to speak with the Nullstone, I must explain the method by which Miyaki sorcerers would bind Voidset into their service. The more powerful the Voidset, the more difficult it is to manifest its presence in this world. Their own immense strength weighs them down like an anchor, you see, preventing them from breaking the surface of our dimension. And that is why they cooperate with mortal sorcerers. A mage can provide a suitable vessel for the summoning, or rip a large enough hole in the fabric of reality for the entity itself to step through. And let me guess, the mage forces a Voidset to agree to a pact in return for an invitation into our world? That is correct. But it would be foolhardy to expect such devious and malevolent creatures to abide by the spirit of even the most carefully worded contract. Thus did the Miyaki mages construct an occult device that would more securely bind the Voidset to their will. Safeguards of sorts. That is the best of my knowledge, yet lies entombed within the remnants of the ancient city. Nullstone was seen as a last resort. Should a Voidset break its pact or turn on its summoner, the mage could use the relic to disperse the very essence of even the most potent entity, obliterating it completely. I can't see the royals of the void taking too kindly to a threat like that. Seems those sorcerers were just as ruthless as the monsters they summoned. When it came to the glory of Myak, ends justified the means. In any event, we can be certain that Diabolos seeks to secure the Nullstone before it falls into mortal hands, and thereby ensuring Scout's will reign unopposed. Alright, so we know what fiends are after, but I don't understand. Why is such a valuable relic was left behind when the mages knew a colossal flood was on the way? Its value was the very reason they chose not to risk its relocation. The Nullstone is kept within a structure constructed for this purpose, secured behind powerful wards and protected by deadly guardians. And with the rising of the waters, they reasoned that the artifact would be sunk along with the city, far beyond the reach of vengeful Voidset. But now that Yafam is more a swamp than a sea, the demons only have their wards and the guardians to deal with. And I doubt they'll be wasting their time down there in the mud if they don't see some trick to breaking through the wards. This become a race to see who can nab the treasure first, which is just the sort of contest a sky pirate lives for. So, we'll slip into the ruins, pinch a relic, and the rescue round the right from under the fiend's noses? Well, I suppose we could save her while we're poking around for the loot. I'll grab a new compass from Utata so we know where we're going. Check your weapons, pack your smoke clothes, and meet me out in Landon when you're ready to fly. We'll fly directly to Yafim. From here, once we arrive, you forge ahead with your band of adventures as you did on the Ark, Saphrine. Just keep slicing into the depths until you reach the Nullstone. We don't want to risk getting knocked out of the sky like the Talon, so we best land a little ways out from the ruins, then head in on foot. Furball says he knows the place well enough to guide you, so me and Red Bills will follow behind on a rescue duty. You concentrate on smashing path through to the artifact. But check the nooks and crannies for Eladia and her crew. Don't let your guard down once you reach ruins, though. There's likely golems and such in there that are worse than the fiends outside. We wouldn't our hero losing her head now, would we? Wing 2. Now available. "23 minutes again. What a shock." Actually, I'm gonna head back to the FC house, drop some stuff off. Alright, that should be enough of that. Yeah, that should last a while. We've got Mithrite. What can I get us? 10. Not much. We could go for Mithrite ore. Okay, that sounds like a good idea. Since we've got well good amount of time to waste. Oh, good, another hidden one. Just what I wanted. Well, this is going to be a while. Good long while. And the last one did take 20 minutes, so it's not too bad. Alright, so that's gonna be the center. And that wore off again. Sweet. What? It is still a bit early, so yeah, that's not going to happen anytime soon. So, we've referenced the sixth calamity with the flood, which comes in later. Shockingly enough, when we start dealing with stuff from the ninth, yet again. We've referenced Ampador, which is related to its own calamity. I believe the third? Where's the other one? It's over there. Oh. Fun. Keep going. And I probably should load up the settings. Maybe. I don't know. That's still questionable. Cha-cha-cha. Oops, past one. All right, 7 minutes, and it's not too bad. Where are we at? 56. Jeez, really? Awesome. There we go. Pretty slow Saturday. It'll be nice when we get back into doing actual MSQ. Won't be sitting around like this, waiting for stuff to pop. Let's see. We got Warring Triad next week. Coils the week after that. So 3 weeks we'll hit back to post Heaven's Ward. And depending on how I feel, that might just be 2 sessions. And I don't think there's anything that'll come after that, so we'll go straight to Shadowbringers. No, straight into Stormblood. And Stormblood might lengthen things out a bit, so that might be 5 weeks. Because we did Heaven's Ward in, what, 4? Yeah, I think it was 4 weeks that got Heaven's Ward taken care of. Let's see. The trials in... Let's see. With Stormblood, you'd have the MSQ, that'd be 5 weeks, maybe 6. What'd we hit up first? Probably the Alliance raid would be coming after the MSQ. Because then you'd have the 4 Lords trials, then go into Mega Raids. I'd love to hit the Monster Hunter crossover, honestly. Just don't know where to fit that in. Because the Alliance raids are going to take a while, like this. And it wouldn't contextually fit in with that. It just really doesn't fit in with anything, being a crossover. So I might just have to do that on my own. Maybe make a VOD of it, I don't know. At 12 minutes, we've got 3 people now. So people are slowly coming online. Crap. Speaking of which, I still need to build up something for Warring Triad. I don't know what I'm going to do for that. Maybe a collage of 3. There we go. Holy crap, that was fast. That was what, 15 minutes? Yeah. Well, that looks like a smooth landing. Nothing in the water, nothing to see there. We got some color in this bunch. And nobody bounced. Surprising. Everybody in this group actually wants to do an alliance raid this time. Well, these tanks are gonna be fun. You can bring these all together to have them AoE down. Just for the record. It is possible. Shoot. Don't want to stand in that. Don't want to stand in that either. There we go. Now, time for the big girl. That works, I think. Those will play into effect later. First, we got an expanding donut, followed by a flare. Oh, fuck. That was my bad. We were supposed to spread those out a bit, but couldn't move fast enough. Alright. And we're gonna have to find a way back down. There we go. That's what I wanted. Because we need to get down to knock out the key knots. That usually has something. Maybe you give me what I want? There we go. Somebody was down there at least. There's usually a hole you can find. I just couldn't find it for some reason. Alright, let's spread these out. Tried to. Expanding donut. That flare is really close. I do believe that is a tank buster. And look away. Alright, the next time she starts dropping the AoEs, we are going to be on them. I was hoping I wouldn't get hit by one. Honestly, that was a bit of a waste of a limit, since you kind of want to save it for the ads coming up. Reason we stay on these is so we don't get sucked in. That was the first one. Now let's cross this bridge, because nothing bad is going to happen, right? Right. Well, anyway. Now here's one of the spots where you kind of want to have your limits, but it doesn't matter. You can deal without it. And we're not going to group everything together because that would make things too easy. This next fight is going to be fun because I'm pretty sure this group is going to screw it up. Alright, I earned that one. Why? Yeah, at this point I think they're just trying to spread everything apart. Do, 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 do. Alright, this one has some very interesting mechanics. There we go. And if we get really lucky, the tanks will decide where they're going to keep something. Those little green puddles that showed up for a moment will be very necessary later on. But for the first half, you want to stay out of them, otherwise you will get hit by the instant death. Gotta have somebody in each one of these little towers. Or the whole raid gets hit. Well, gets hit harder, I should say. If you get a Dorito, group up, or you will get knocked up. Now we get the ad phase. Very strong suggestion to go at the succubus first. You can do what you want, but it is a very, very, very strong suggestion. The guy on the right cannot really be tanked. He does his own thing. So don't worry too much about that. And we get the AoEs again. And now the fight flips in the direction. So those green circles we were avoiding earlier, we now want to get into one of them. Not multiples, one at a time. So that we get the debuff, which will prevent us from getting hit with this mega death crap. Let's see how many people die. There's one incoming. And we're going to do it one more time. You do not want to get hit with two at the same time, so if they overlap, avoid that. And we've got two going down this time. That is going to reduce everybody's health to 1. A little early on that. Alright, we are in C, so for this next fight we're going to be splitting up. At first, take down our ads, and then group up in the center once the devices have been triggered. So these little pedestals will have to be triggered once the right part of the phase comes around. We will be fighting over here with our little ad in a moment. She's going to make things difficult for me, obviously. Because monks get screwed when it comes to that kind of stuff. That works. This is the first one. Ow. You can actually turn that, thank you. Screw it. Why turn it when we could just tank it? And there we go. Everybody hit theirs. Sweet. You want to stay in this one, otherwise you will get wrecked. And now it is time for the fun ball. Alright, let's see, we're in C today. So we're gonna go over here. That's sure not the best in the way of markers, but we'll take it. Expect the tank to grab that. Alright, what's our first shade? Give me a fun one. Make it square. Nope, it's triangle. God damn it. Triangle, go to the sides, avoid the center line for the beam. And we are getting sucked into the Shadow Realm. To repeat the mechanic from Labyrinth of the Ancients. Because nobody ever screws that one up. Look away. And get sucked back to the regular realm. Sweet, there we go with square. Avoid the tank on this one. Let's see who gets hit by the orbs. Yep, that's on me. So I bring him over here. Yep, that's what I expected. I honestly never remember what Doomsday does. You jerk. There we go. That one's done. And now for the final one. I'm willing to put money that we repeat Void Arc. It's an Elden Ring boss. How did I know? Ow. Need to pay attention to that big thing. Oh, she's going to do multiple hits. That's unusual. Stay out of where they drop extinction. Otherwise you'll get trapped. Avoid the big old claw. And time for ad phase. If you get the walking stack, just move away. Keep moving. Or tank privilege it. Sure, we can do that. And we'll go raid wide into transition. Avoid the side that has the claw. Avoid where she drops extension so you don't get sucked in it. Look for the one that has this, I believe. Ow. Yep. Now we're gonna avoid that side. On this one, we are going to look away, even though it doesn't say it. Pops up. Yep. Penetration, such a perfect term. Because we want to get knocked away from the center. Shit, she's on this side. I screwed that up. As always, another extension. Incoming targets from all directions. Try to avoid them. And that should end this one. Oh. And that might be something we're interested in. Just might be. Alright. And we are heading out of here. I don't want to deal with any of that. So this is the heart of the ruins, eh? Did a fine job dismantling the defenses, Saphrine. I only wish we could say the same had success, but Regalia and her talents were nowhere to be found. Yes, it is quite distressing, but we must focus on claiming the prize at hand. No stolen is ours. You've left me such an inviting trail of destruction to follow. I see you found the relic then. Wonderful. Lord Diablos will be so pleased. And look here. I've brought you a gift as thanks for all your hard work. This lovely lass who's been so desperately seeking it, isn't it? Unless you wish to see her rent limb from limb, then hand it over the Nullstone. You think I care about her merciless limbs? That woman's done naught but causes grief, and now I just thought to crow over in her grave. Don't give me that look, Rowdy. What, you thought I'd save your sorry hide? Never been aught but an obstacle for me. Don't you remember the first time we met? You were roaring in laughter at the sight of all them elegant relics till I used your pretty blonde head as a stepping stone. Damn you, you selfish bastard, and damn you for expecting you to act any different. If I had me weapons, I'd blow a hole in your belly. Have you forgotten how awful a shot you are? Not much of a threat, wouldn't I have seen you miss the side of a cathedral at 10 yalms? Silence, old grinning fools. You've ruined the moment, and now I've ruined your smirking face. Now, puss. Ah, it burns. This world is not your stage, unholy harlequin. Begone from our realm. A clever farce, mortals. But the show is not over. Not until you scream. The bugger got away. And I think we'd best do the same. Someone was entertained. Now, that was excitement, wasn't it, Saphrine? Probably a little too much for Raldia, but we gave her a bed to sleep and off the worst of her ordeal. She'll likely be back to her usual cheerful self in no time. Quite a successful jaunt, all told. You and me, we'd make a pretty good partnership. But I've got words for you, Furball. You said that relic would obliterate Void Scent completely. Seems to me that floppish fiend just got scorched before he slipped away. Oh, that? That was scarcely a fraction of the Nullstone's true power. Once I have learned how to unleash his full potential, such demons shall be consumed like gnats caught before a bonfire. So you're telling me our secret weapon ain't ready for battle? Might as well be wielding a blunt sword. Might I remind you that this blunted sword stung our foe sufficiently to free the lady pirate? As a result, we could not have achieved with your blustering words alone. Yeah, fine. I was ready to flee without Raldio if things took for a worse. But you're right. You had the presence of mind to take advantage of me bluff, and it was your actions that saved her in the end. Don't look at me. Dun, dun, dun. We might be waiting for a while before Rowdy decides to wake up. Not so long as you got time to flit away on some adventure. Come join me in my quarters, and we can ask her a few questions as soon as she's ready to talk. Do, 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 do. Whoop, 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 whoop. Come on. Alright, there you are. Oh there, Saphrine. Might as well make yourself comfortable while we wait on Raldia. Besides, after fighting through them ruins, I'd wager you could use rest. Where's the rest of me, crew? Surely there were other survivors. Tell me, Radia, what drove you to risk exploring Old Mach? The compass sent you there, eh? But you were after the Void Ark. You knew something you didn't. I found a book. We were looting these strange ruins in the Sea of Clouds, and one of the lags dug up tomes. It had passages describing the Void Ark and a powerful relic called the Nullstone. A tomb scribed by a magic sorcerer, perhaps? Captain, would you happen to know the author of this work? The words are muddled by obscuring magic. 1,500 years have faded in its pages. There's much that remains illegible, but what little my daring cutthroats and I could decipher suggested it was written by a mage of exceptional status. Damn. See for yourself. If what the book says is true, the Ark is the source of immeasurable power. With that ship under my command and the mysteries of Mach in my possession, I thought to crown myself Queen of the Skies. And look how well that turned out. What manner of sky pirate, what manner of queen can't even keep her own crew alive? Radia, is it not? I would assume that you seek to revenge against Voidsent who slaughtered your comrades? Of course I want revenge. That hellspawn shite gobbler killed my crew. If you're here right now, I'd gouge out his eyes and choke him to death with my bare bloody hands. You are not alone in your desire to bring an end to these abominations, Captain. Will you not join us in this endeavor to secure peace in our far skies? Will you not join the Talon's strength to your orbs? What strength? The way things are right now, I doubt I could keep peace in the monastery. This has not to do with personal grudges either. I just don't have the men. All my best fighters died in the ruins, and the dregs that are left scarce sharp enough to be called talons. Did you leave your spine back in them ruins, Radlia? You've had your wings clipped and no mistake, but that's no reason to give up on life. I thought we rescued a sky pirate, not some cur that turns tail when her pack ain't there to bite for her. Ouch. I know what you're doing, Red Bill, but I've lost my taste for glory. You can have the cursed book. Just make sure to best pays. Hey, Furball, how quickly do you think you can decipher that ratty old tune? I need to figure out how your relic works. Ah, you sent the fiend squealing from fear, and that ain't enough? From what you've told me, we need to aim for some of that obliteration if we're going to take me on the Shadow Queen. Oh, damn it. Rest of you put everything in what you do best, be that research or blade work. Overdoing it is just right, if you get my meaning. I'll decorate my walls with voice-sent heads if I have to. The skies should belong to no one. It's that damn bat again. The Knoll Stone hath fallen into mortal hands. 1,000 apologies, Lord Diablos. I shall personally wring each and every one of their scrawny necks. The time for skulking in the shadows hath ended. I am grown weary of these meddling vermin. The power of the Shadow Queen waxeth full. Soon, mine ardent desires shall pass from dream into dark reality. All right. Saphrine, Kate Sith just sent me to find you. You're a Procronac of showing up just at the right time, you know. Anyway, Kate Sith cracked open that tome what we got from Radlia and has been studying all the known stone's secrets. He thinks he may be onto something important, not just concerning Diabolos and the Shadow Queen, but also the cat himself. Come back onto the Pat Rock. We all can hear what he has to say together. I do believe this will get us to Wing 3. Damn it. Seriously. Whoops, didn't want to do that. As I suspected, this tomb is impended by Miyake, a sorcerer of superior standing, as well as detailing the methods by which the full power of the Nullstone might be unleashed. Its pages also contain a number of revelations concerning my master High Void Mage Sizia. These histories are to be trusted. It seems Sizia herself was responsible for summoning Diabolos and bringing our server to existence. But I thought you said your master was opposed to supporting the war effort. Why would she be one to call upon that bat-winged monster? Caesar only agreed to a ritual as a means to bring the conflict to an early resolution. From what I gleaned from these passages, Diabolos was intended as a bluff, a threat that was never to be exercised. But those arrogant imbeciles ignored my master's carefully laid restrictions and elected to unleash the fiend upon Apador. It was when Caesar moved to protest at this act she was branded a traitor and imprisoned. Once they had contained the opposition, the Void Mages studied all manner of otherworldly arts as taloned feet of their new pets. The most which was the rite which summoned Scalith, and mentioned that for chaining her power. Yet, after all they had perpetrated, these ambitious fools had the gall to come crawling to Caesar when the coming of the great floods was predicted. They begged her to take control of the Void Ark for the salvation of the Miyake people. As you saw for yourself, however, the energies of the Shadow Queen broke loose and turned the vessel into a derelict nest of void scents. Seemed obvious now that the arts taught by Diabolos were deliberately flawed. The only saving grace in all this madness was when that damnable fiend was sealed away by the white mages of Ampedor. I shudder to think what would happen had he been reunited with his queen. So, 1,500 years later, Diabolos is looking to finish what he started. I thought that bat-faced bastard was just some opportunistic underling, but it turns out he's the main villain behind this whole mess. Were Caesar alive today, she would accept responsibility for unleashing Diabolos into the world. As a high Void Mage's familiar, it is my duty to act in her stead. I have deciphered the secrets of the Nullstone, and with its undiluted power, I shall erase Diabolos from existence. I like your spirit, Puss, but try not to rush too quickly, eh? Getting yourself killed won't do us or your master any good. Wait. No one's rushing anywhere just yet. Are we forgotten that we're still in the middle of scouting the fiend's lair? We've got the compass to go by, aye, but nobody knows what kind of place it'll lead to or how many deities will be lying in wait when we get there. We fly in with our eyes open or we get risk slaughtered just like the Talons. Oh, yes, you speak of which the tome made mention of a potential location for. That's not good. That's even worse. Leofard! No, behind you. He's behind you. Nick, cuss you, fiend. At last. At long last. This is far from over, demon. We will not allow an abomination like the Shadow Queen to rule over this world. Then thou knowest not of ruling. It is might which decideth dominion. But believe what thou mayest, frail creature. You are but playthings. Your screams of a Nile shall amuse me as I send this rock, and all upon it, to shatter upon the ground below. I'm sorry, did I step on your moment? Gods, is that Rodlia? Where's she been hiding that ship? I would not tire my arm with swatting so many flies. The Knoll Stone is mine, and yet there is much to be done. Oh, that's convenient. Nope. Well, ain't I the lucky sod? 2 demons in one day. Found some new dogs to lick your boots, Lardlia. Is that any way to welcome me back to life? You needed allies and persuaded our reluctant fellows to join in your common purpose is a feat only a woman of my charming beauty could accomplish. And besides, you look too injured to be much of use to anyone. Just take your bed, old man, and let me and your champion there take care of the void scent. What? So you can tuck tail and run at the first strand of trouble? You'd not be standing there if it weren't for me. Even with me arm busted, still twice the pirate you are. Nay, I think this time you should stay behind, Leniford. We must pursue Diablos without you. Time is of the essence. We cannot afford to wait for you to heal. We must take advantage of Captain Relia's reinforcements and proceed with all haste. Did the demon drop something on your head, Furball? Without me to run things, you'll just end up getting in Saphrine's way. And no one making haste anywhere until we know what we're flying into. Again, Captain Radlia may hold the answer to our dilemma. I suspect that the island where she uncovered Maki Tome is very located in Diablos' chosen lair. Holy crap. This floating marvel I speak of is not a natural occurrence. It is constructed as a haven for the refugees of the flood. Tome makes it very clear reference to the island's purpose, and describes it as the voice-sent sorcery employed in its creation. As the Void Ark never arrived at this destination, however, the island remained uninhabited. I can imagine no more suitable hideaway for our scheming friend. Even better, Diabolos will not expect a sudden arrival on his secluded doorstep. The Talon fleet will carve a path for us through the lesser fiends, and we shall strike swiftly into the heart of the confusion to seize the Nullstone. Once the relic is secured, I will use its power to obliterate our devilish foe. As a Sky Pirate, surely you understand how an assault relies on speed and surprise. We cannot have a wounded companion slow us down, and could potentially doom an entire enterprise. So you're thinking you're in charge now, do you, puss? Poor broken Learfart's just some dead weight you need to cut away. You know what? I've had a belly full of your mulling in any case. Go on, fly on without me. See how far you get with your thrice damned enterprise. Captain Raldia, compared the directions indicated by the ectocompass with your navigation records, if you please. I think we'll find the coordinates coincide with an island in question. Certainly. And feel free to board our flagship when you see ready to depart. My darling's large enough to accommodate your adventurers and her fellows with room to spare. All right, final wing. Let's see how long this one will take. And I believe I did not repair either, did I? Nope. Shit. I went all the way to the FC house and did not do that. Of course. Because I'm an idiot. What are we at? 15 minutes? It's not too bad. Repair everything. Oh, right. I need to replace that. I guess I'll have to wait until she gets max level. And I don't think there's any... No. Do that. Thank you. Well, it wasn't as much as I was hoping for. Nope. Deal with that later. Actually, those are dirt cheap, honestly. And that's got time. Good. So... what else could I pick up for the chest? Adamantite? I don't think we need that. Let me look at the list. Mercius. Is that needed for something? Adamantite rivets. I do not see that on the list. No. This. The item name. I think there's 2, right? No, it's just the sand. Okay. We can go for that. And it's not hidden, which makes it even better. Get off the screen. Thank you. Go over there. Do, 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 do. 3 raids and it's still going to take our normal time. That's insane. There's that. There's that. And it's going to be over there, all right. Good. All right, down here, somewhere in this mess is what I want. Come on, get off. Thank you. Sweet. Wait, Why can't... Oh, I don't have collectibles unlocked yet. I don't have water crystal discovered? That's weird. That's not the stuff that I need, right? No, it's not. Okay. I thought it was the water I need for Dawn Trail crafting. What was I looking for? Sand. I wanted all of it, thank you. Go over there. Ah, there it is. Holy crap, I see the end of the rested XP. That's insane. There's one more after it. And nobody's come online. Not shocking. Oh, she's 61 now. I need to get Big Sis to get her some new gear. Yep. Okay, I'll have to take that into consideration. There it is. Over there. Her map timer isn't for a while, right? 13 hours, yeah. I do need to do that as well. let's see, we are at 9 minutes. And we still only have 2 on the list. Awesome. That. Is and we go over here for some more. Almost at 11. We got 3 now. Oh, bo, bo, bo. Speaking of which, I need to work on that crafting part of the application. Now that I think about it. So I need to get a screenshot for next Wednesday's stream. I do have things to do, but I'm just too lazy right now. "12 minutes. Why does that keep screwing off? Hold on 1 second. Seriously, why do you keep losing track of that? What the fuck? I know my eyes are small, but I don't think they're that small. Alright, turn that back on. Just randomly decides to lose track of me. Always fun. "14 minutes. And we got 4 people. Wow, I'm gonna get another whole level just waiting for people to show up. Speaking of which, I need to record next week's videos now that I think about it. Probably do that tomorrow. Oh, what do we got? We got Worlds. Oh, going back for AT Valkyana. Yeah, that's gonna be fun. Half tempted to build a paralysis build for that one. Let's see, who else? What's Star Citizen gonna be? It's gonna be beginning of the month, so bounty missions, I think. And RGF is... Oh, RGF's gonna be Pal World, that's right. Finally get back to doing something fun. Not that I hate on the other games in RGF. It's just there's not been much update for, like, Supermarket Simulator or, Grimshire's had minor updates here and there. What's the other one? Backpack Hero, I don't expect any updates ever again. What's the fourth one? Supermarket Simulator, Grimshire, Backpack Hero, Cow World, Supermarket Simulator. Am I forgetting one? I think I am. What am I forgetting? Wildwoods, that's what it is. They were talking about the third biome, which is going to be snow-based, I believe. So that'll be fun to see, and hopefully get to. Hopefully I don't screw it up too badly. Did manage to make it to the end of the second biome. And that MMO-style boss was... yeah, a little underwhelming. And there goes the rest of XP. Bye-bye. $18 minutes. Crap. Come on, give me that. Thank you. That looks like a fate about to start up. Yuppers. Oh no, we're down to 3. Holy crap, I am gonna get another level. That's insane. Seriously, 2 levels of gathering while waiting for this last alliance raid. And I'm at the point where Heaven's Ward really doesn't give the proper experience that I need. Plus the fact that I'm not using any of the GC scrolls. I don't think I even have any. No, I do not. Mm-hmm. 20 minutes. Oh, that guard bounced. Hmm. Wow, this one's actually taking longer than the first one, and that was when nobody was online. Interesting. Well, let's see if we can get a 3rd level while waiting. Good God, 63. The big sis is gonna have to craft a little higher than I was planning on. Interesting. "23 minutes." Ba, 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 ba. We are down to 2 now. Great, that's encouraging. People always complaining about getting nothing but Sirius Tower, Crystal Tower. And yet, when people queue up for anything other, they never get the instance. Wow. This better not take over half an hour. That's gonna be some bullshit. Kind of interesting that, what was it? Oh, Mark. Second wing. Queued up so quickly compared to the first and this one. Oh, holy crap. We are getting at that half-hour mark. That's impressive. That was weird. Why is it doing that? Oh. Really, Windows? Really? Stupid stealth patching crap. Yep, we are at half an hour. Holy shit. And no sign of anybody else coming in. I got 300. Wait, no. Wanted. I can't see it this way, can I? Nope. Damn. I could look it up, but screw it. Let's just keep going. Because it's not like queues are going to pop. 30 minutes. There we go. And just take this as a friendly reminder, people constantly complain that they always get CT when they go into alliance raids. Average wait time more than 30 minutes. No fucking shit. God, I'm gonna be pissed if this goes up to an hour. And that fate is basically done. That is how long we've been waiting. A fate popped and is now going to go bye-bye. Come on. Is it really that dead right now? That's incredible. incredible. Still waiting. Holy shit. We are going to get a third level. That's incredible. You know, this could have been finished so much faster. Whoa, there's something. Oh, 60. I don't think I'm gonna even bother. It's good to know. Oh my god, we're almost at 40 minutes. That's impressive. There we go. Finally. For fuck's sake. Really? Really? Come on. You gotta be shitting me. Oh boy. Nothing broke, right? No. Okay. Aside from my spirit. Three levels. That's insane. Alright, let's go see what this node is, if it stays up. Now I'm gonna go do Cobalt. As we hit the 40-minute mark. Proving once again that people have absolutely zero room to bitch about getting Crystal Tower in their Alliance roulettes. It's probably going to go away at 12. Hopefully we can get there in time to at least see it. When did I get anyway? 500. It's not bad. I didn't get a single effing card. That's a shame. Of course, it's all the way over here. I'm not surprised. Anything worth my time? Yeah, good. I love the fact that for 1 DPS I get stuck in the queue for an extra who knows how much time. That's insane. Alright. Oh, fuck. Christ, at this point, just let me cutscene out of it. I cannot believe we are wasting all this time for one fucking raid. Um, all right. Closing on 50 minutes with that. And I really don't feel like extending this stream just because of queue times. So if that hits 60 minutes, I'll just call it. Finish the quest line out of the stream. Because this is straight bullshit. Hey, we're back to 3 again. Maybe that DPS will stay awake this time. Guess not. That better be important. Yeah, I'll let that one slide. 50 minutes, here we come. It's going to pop at the 58-minute mark just to spite me. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, right. 8 more minutes. I got a 4th one to show up. It's gonna spite me. I bet you. I bet you it's gonna spite me. This is the stuff that gets to be frustrating. And we're back down to 2. Awesome. Six more minutes. I should just call this at 2 no matter what. I'll let it troll me all the way to the end. got 5 now. It's looking more and more like I'm gonna have to wait until that 58-minute mark. Oh, yeah. 4 more minutes. I'll deal with that later. This is straight impressive. I mean, even earlier, you know, what? Void Arc was an hour and a half earlier. And that only took 20 minutes. Weeping Marsh, that took an amazing 12 minutes. But Dunsaith? No. Later, when there are more people online? Yeah. We are 2 minutes away from quitting. "58 minutes. What did I fucking say? 58 fucking minutes." Watch we lose it on a DPS again. Oh, it better not be a tank. You've got to be kidding me. Motherfucker. Really? Really? Another DPS? I don't even know if I want to do it now. Seriously. That's... Oh my god, it's so fucking annoying. This is the third time in the 60 minutes of waiting for this crap. I need to find something better by the time I get to Stormbloods. I seriously do. Alright, this fun guy loves knocking people off. You get sucked into that, you die. No questions. Like that. Little winds put on people, which are going to make this next mechanic very much irritating. As Death Gaze is going to go from suck to blow. You know what? I'm going to pop this. And I was too close. That's right. It's a flare. Alright, and now he's going to push everybody back, so you want to get in front of the ice blocks and watch the entire thing wipe. I don't know why I'm getting rezzed. Where'd you go? That's just going to trigger death on the squares that are way the hell over there. Get rid of the sprites, because they are annoying. And we're doing this again. Randomly cast Doom on people, which needs to be cleansed. That's gonna be fun to run around in a second. Look for where those are popping up, because we need to get in front of them. And now we're not going to screw up this one again. That is a lot of death on the ground. Has a lot of death on the ground. Fuck it. Wow, that's fourth limit stack. Nope. Move. Alright, that was a fun one of this place. Until we get to the final boss, they should all be pretty smooth-er. Just break the crystals so we don't get any extra spawns. Now we'll go and do it again. Hopefully get that. Close enough. And now for the fun boss. Hey, I know you. You're that guy that was being annoying before. That's just going to leave puddles on the ground in the form of spinning blades. Wormhole. It's got a sphere, so the other yellow is going to do an AoE. And it's going to actually be pretty big. That's just raid wides. Hearts ain't bust or whatever. That's got a donut, so the other blue is going to be a donut. Now for the ad phase. And the results are slightly painful. So the donut is going on the blue. It has the Is that on me? No, that's not on me. Okay. Those are going to expand and be a massive pain. We should be getting to the tile flip soon. Depending on whatever element he chooses, you gotta flip all the tiles the same opposite color to counteract it. I guess he's gonna use water. There we go. Wasn't too horrible. And now comes the fake Omega. Or not Omega, Ultima. Probably done this a few times, so nothing's going to be new except for the ads. Don't mind me, I'll heal myself. And he's being cute there. Ow. Yep, I saw myself dropping on that one. And we will have the full thing, so let's see if the samurai's gonna pop it. Nope, it's gonna be mine. Samurai's is cooler. And that should put us right into the Queen's Chamber. Let's see if we repeat Void Ark and Marsh together. maybe not. Holy shit. 1 out of 3, not bad. Oops. Saw that one coming. Alright, this is going to be 2 cone attacks based on where she's pointing. Gotta stay away from that, because I know what's coming. Don't want to move right now, so I'll turn into bad juju. Want to move away from that, and once it pops, we'll focus on the ad. Trying to keep them separate. Oh, I'm surprised that I was actually out of that. Doing her little double cone attack again. And we should be right up to that phase. I don't see where that's pointed. Yep, here we go. Deal with the little ones first. And we'll get a bigger size. Get the towers if you see them. App. I actually got it as I left. Just to screw with me. And results. We're gonna do that again. You know what? One more time. What the hell? Right? back up. He's close enough to ignore it. And now, for the bonus round. We get to fight our server. I was out of the front, but whatever. Nightmare, look away. Please tell me somebody stunned him at the last second. That is really annoying. Death gates need to be dropped, or they will bring in extra friends. I got that one. And now he is immune to stun. This is going to be a biggie, so knit what you can. And now, for his ad phase. You like playing with doors? Here we go. Maybe. There we go. Alright, now keep just burning it. There will be two that spawn on the sides. I'll let Wrench take care of those. One more time. You know, that proc would be really nice for that last one. Fuck it. Well, got a picture for posterity. That's what matters. And until this buff is taken off of him, he is going to crit for everything he hits with. So tanks are going to get crushed. Alright. No, not through the entire group. Oh, I do not want to be on that door. I'll tell you that right here and now. Wait, what? No, don't come to me! Apparently I was second on the aggro list. Whatever. And we're gonna do this again, huh? Oh. Ow. Alright, towers. I'll take this one. I don't think that's a safe bet. Those kind of hurt. This is gonna suck. We'll wait until this goes off to see if I can pop limit. Alright. Alright, should be good. That was not worth it. That was not worth the hour-long wait. So the stream is going to go over again. No matter what I do. No matter what I do, the stream always goes over. Anyway. Someone take it, I don't care. Just get me out of here. Don't relax your guard yet, Saphrine. The air is still heavy with his foul presence. Already taken care of the fiend, have you? And you didn't need dusty old relic to do it. Which is why we're just gonna let it sit there. Be careful, Captain. Diablos yet lurks in the shadows. And that's a crispy kitty. Finally, I have claimed the Shadow Queen's power for my own, yet still am I harried by some you noisome fables. I must needs quit this realm for a time, and when I have grown accustomed to my newfound might, there shall be a reckoning for your insolence. This ain't the time for napping, Furball. You still got a job to do. And that's one toasty captain. Aye, me work here is unfinished. In Caesar's name, I unmake thee, Diabolos. My master's will be done. For 15 centuries I have yearned for this power. Thou canst not make me. No. Ugh, I'd rather not have that. Do-do-do-do. Well, that kind of worked. I should have known you were wasting your breath. Captain only hears the siren in his heart, and damn the consequences. I told you you'd be lost without me, didn't I? And looking at you, Puss, getting knocked out cold in your moment of glory. You weren't likely to get another chance to honor your master's memory, and you almost missed it. But I suppose you pulled through in the last. I'll give you that much. Spare me your concerns and your lecture, as you knew it wasn't to stay abed with such a grand adventure in the making, and I'd rather break every bone in me body than be stripped of me freedom to go where I please. Besides, all's well that ends well, eh? Diabolos is dead and we're all alive. That counts as a victory in my book. There's a pity that it cost me our meal in doing it. Hope she rests easy on that island refuge. Alright, and now for the final one. Let's finish this up. Could have been done an hour ago. An hour. Fucking bullshit. Me goggles are a mess, but I can always get me a new pair of goggles and a new airship. I suppose we should be glad we didn't lose aught else after diving headlong into a void-sent nest. Now that we've taken the skies back, it's time we be taking our leave. The Talons and the Red Bills can kiss this brief alliance farewell. Unless, of course, you're interested in more permanent arrangement. Your bootlickers might think your voice is a siren song, but it grates me ears to hear like a harpy screech. No, this is the first and last time we fly together. We're back to being rivals, the way it's always been. You're a very stubborn man, Red Bill. You do well to remember I always get what I want in the end. Head back to me quarters and see the fur balls hurt. I'll be along in a bit. I feel so foolish, Saphrine. I demanded that Liffer remain behind only to have him rescue my mission from certain failure. A failure that would have made me mock your heroic efforts as well. You are too kind. Words exist that properly express my contrition. I know not even begin to make apologies. I should like to approach the captain, but he has the air of a man who seeks solitude. 'Tis strange to see him so melancholy. Could it be the loss of the Ramiel which troubles him so? Nah, I shan't intrude upon his contemplation with clumsy questions and trite platitudes. Let's leave him toward the moment. And I will be so happy when I don't have to traverse this maze of an instance ever again. Mistress Dacia, if I may ask a question, do you know the cause of the captain's melancholy? Is it because of the Ramiel? Pray tell me if it is so. I cannot help feel but responsible for the vessel's destruction, and I would better understand Leofard's present distress. If you really want to understand, I suppose I should start how the captain was orphaned as a child. As it mattered, turned out, he was taken in by a high-born widow who raised him as her son. From what Leofard has told me, his adoptive mother was a kind, quiet-spoken woman, but due to some illness or other, she was rarely able to venture outside. Instead, she spent hours reading her boy from the library, well stocked with books from faraway lands. Leofard cared for her as her milady grew worsened by the day. and he was there by her side when death finally carried her away to Thal's hands. While she was alive, she never asked much of him. Not long before she passed on, however, she wrung from him one single promise, that he escaped the conformity she had always endured, and live his life as free as a bird. As you've likely guessed, her name was Ramiel. That's her portrait there, hanging on the wall. Ah, that explains much. I had wondered as to the origin of this vessel's naming. Sky Pirate is way is lively of her to choose for himself. But I'd like to think he named the ship Ramiel so that his mother would be there to watch over all his adventures. Since when were you so loose-lipped about a comrade's private past, Dacia? I am in the habit of leaning on people's sympathies, so you can all keep that tidbit to yourself. And I thought I told you to see to the furball's wounds. Look at your cape, plus it's in tatters. Come here a moment. A scarf? For me? Ah, that little present we give to every new Red Bill. Ramiel taught me that it's not protecting memories that's important, it's having the strength to follow your path and make those memories into the first place. Seeing how determined you were to clean your master's slate, I'd say you fit right in with our crew. Listen, if you're thinking that little airship meant a lot to me, then you'd be right. But I'd rather mourn a hunk of metal than lose them as share in me highs and lows. So let's get this straight, Puss. There's no need for apologies, as the Sky Pirate makes his choice and he sticks by it. Life of a Sky Pirate, eh? As I seem bereft of both place and purpose now, I suppose I shall accept your offer. I'm yours to command, Captain. Glad to hear it. Your first duty is to join us in giving our adventure here a proper send-off. Well, it's about bloody time you two saw eye to eye, but honestly, Captain, you don't mean to head out in those rags, do you? Let's get you cleaned up and as well before we say fond farewells. Okay. With that said and done, very short glimpse of the person in the portrait. It's time we parted ways, Saphrine. Let me give you an escort down to Goldwind. That was some adventure, Saphrine, but our journey into the unknown is over. For the now. When the skies split out something new mystery, you can bet that I'm coming to find you. After all, there ain't nobody else who handles unexpected quite like you do. High adventure and head rush of danger. Surely in this life there's no greater reward. Don't look at me, he's your idiot. And with that finally said and done, half an hour longer than we should have been, that is the end of Sky Pirates and the Heavensward Alliance raid series. So, for Heavensward, all that is left is The Warring Triad Trial Series. And, of course, we're going to throw coils in after that to make sure we get that out of the way before heading to post Heaven's Ward. But, as for us here at the corner, we are going to call it on that one. So, as always, thank you for watching, and see you next time.